Hello everyone, and happy Saturday. Oh, my glasses are still foggy from coming outside. Let me clear them up. There we go. So, how are you all doing today? I hope you're great and had a great start into your weekend. I am a bit tired today, I must confess. I don't know. I normally on Saturday, every Saturday morning, I need to wake up early because or earlier than I normally would because I have Japanese lessons in the morning. And today was one of those days where I really wanted to sleep more. Yeah, what can you do? It was the last time for this year because of holidays and stuff like this. So, but yeah. Like I said, I hope you're all doing well and you've had a great day so far. And if not, let's make it great today. Yeah, we will continue playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. I was long debating myself if I wanted to continue this game or might play another one, but I think at least for today, or at least now, I want to finish episode 5. So let's let's do this. Last time we made good progress. I think it's the second to last day. We actually had some good progress in figuring out who might have done it, but we got new evidence for the connected case. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, to give you a short overview, we have... Wait. How do I... profiles. We have... her. She is the defendant and chief prosecutor who's accused of murdering this guy in a parking lot in the parking lot of the prosecutor offices. But at the same time, this guy seems to be seems to have been murdered in the criminal affairs department, in the police department, where this guy is the chief of police. This guy should have been the one that is looking over the security cameras in the room he was murdered in, but was not there. This guy has seen him in the room, or a guy who was suspected to be him in the room, and was knocked out by him. So, yeah. She is a lady who has apparently seen her, Solana, kill the Goodman guy, so the Detective Goodman over here. And this is the sister of Lana, so yeah. But, like I said, we found out last time that there is a case called the SL9 case, which also Goodman, so the murder victim, was attached to. And yeah, and a lot of other people too. So it is kind of up in the air what actually is now supposed, or what actually happened in this case. We will probably figure that out because we got SL9 incident files from the Joe Dark killings. It was a serial killing, And apparently, both guys, so Lana and I have no idea what her name was. Emma Sky. We're both connected to it, as well as nearly everybody else we just talked about. So let's read what this case is actually going to entail. Incident number SL-9. Close. Perpetrator Joe Drake. Crime: serial murder, sentence death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edis Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Niall Marshall. Marshall? Wait, what? Oh. Interesting. Niall Marshall. Those are Sky, Gumshoe, Star, Gant, Goodman, Meekins. Okay, so nobody else but Marshall? Interesting. Head prosecutor. Miles Edwards. Witness. Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Oh, they witnessed it. Oh. Executive investigators. Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Oh. Head investigator. Bruce Goodman, investigators. Jack Marshall, Angel Star. Okay, we didn't really get anything else out of it. Interesting. So, yeah, like I said, everybody was actually attached to it, but it also seems that the brother of, or at least a relative of our guy over here was also murdered. Interesting. Okay, let's see what actually is going to happen now. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Yeah. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trials of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake. Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Edwards described that way before. Okay, that was a good joke. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime, on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert stands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English, please. Day of the crime. Let's see. My job was to keep a wary eye on the on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. Yeah. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprints activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprints activated locks? What kind of new fangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's good, got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's hit him with some, let's press him a little bit. My job was to keep a wary eye on the Bone Orchard. Which is, how exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. The room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased the tape, I felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard the word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know joins the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the evidence in the victim's locker. Did you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Okay. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. I am interested to see what his numbers actually are. What his number is, because we have one number that is not listed. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensor on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. What the hell was that? Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. So, okay. My guess at the moment is that we first need to find out his number, so we can, because it is, in my opinion, it is probable that the 7 × 7 number is his. so we can prove that he actually went inside. And second, when he went inside, we also have damning. Oh, we already have damning evidence that he was inside, right? If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. Okay, what were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat the parole's Vangoli sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I mean. What I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgar says, didn't you want to race? Did you not want a race this year? I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshal? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone, everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, I better up the ante. Okay, so the trump card is... We have a fingerprint found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print has been wiped. And why doesn't it say that it is his fingerprint? Interesting. From comparison finger. Yeah, we still don't have his number, that's the problem. Okay, first let's save. Because I failed already before, so we don't need to have that interlude. I was a keep very eye on the bone archer. They said I was supposed to make around 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. I mean, there is that ID that is not listed in here. Let's... Oh god damn it, why is it always stepping back? Let's present him with that. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can't see nothing faulty. Yeah. Not really in the faulty track. I'm not entirely sure they're supposed to... Can we hit him over here? I mean, we have 2 options. We can hit him... Oh, wait. We can try and hit him with that again. But I'm not entirely sure if that will, Your Honor, contradicts this evidence. Does it? Yeah. Okay, let's just load. I knew that it was maybe a long shot, but... If I'm right, I was... It is... Okay. At the time it went down. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that it is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that is make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. That would be true if it weren't in the middle of a bloody fingerprint. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the scene of the crime? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there aren't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Okay. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloody handprints. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. How does he know that the, wait, wait, I need to read that again. I mean, this guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be on that evidence room. In that evidence room. Okay, let's press him on that first. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respect once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That is the locker I used when I was a detective, so the locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprints data was never removed from that locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprint update. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print has been wiped. Interesting. One of them just happened to be at the same place as a bloodstained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. Okay. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they are totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with it. Yeah, me neither, man. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How did he know that? How do you... Thank you! That's the same question I was asking. I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though, to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshow's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that it would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture. This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that is this. The security tape? So long as my trails isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Miss Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't showing. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so. I don't think we can show it. No, there's no evidence in the video. I might be walking right into Officer Marshall's trap. I'd better try and find out a little more information. It seems we should be moving back to the testimony. Very well. Okay. I feel like it has to do with the videotape, but I'm not entirely sure there is anything on that video. Let's have a look in the background. Maybe the fingerprint appeared? Oh! Oh, yes, yes. Okay. Okay, the code, yeah. Okay, so yes, I do have something. Let's press him again. Okay, I found it. There is something actually shown. So it was Marshall who was actually in them. Okay. Yes. Show evidence. We have evidence now. There was something in that locker. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at that video. Show us the incriminating... Oh, please not. Fast forward. I never paid attention before, but yeah, there was nothing sticking out before. And there we go. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you will soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are my tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witness. That was the witness, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, come on. You can do it faster. And no cloth. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the witness cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. It would seem that... Hold your horses, sorry partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb, he really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Only the signed detective Prince can unlock it. Yes. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives who they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about... Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Okay. Order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please. Oh, goddammit. Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? If you look at those floor plans, there's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Killer, victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the scene of at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Gumshoe respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzles me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it to him? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? You're still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as a victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but god damn it, again. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. Yes, I do. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. But we do have evidence, because that piece of cloth at the end that's sticking out was white. This is code. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I will pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense argument, Officer Jack Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is a key to all of our unanswered questions. I mean, it is a white coat. What else could it be? I didn't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. Please show us what the witness had to open. We have an ad upcoming any second. Oh. Problem is... Okay. Let's hope there's another sound coming. Well, what do you have to say to that? Alright, partner. You really want to know the reason I had to open my locker? Why? So I could stuff you in there. Huh? I'm sure the world would be a better place if you sent off to the beyond. Boneyard. Unfortunately, unsolved cases can't be stored in the evidence room. Now I'm an unsolved case. Something went wrong with that in that evidence room. That's why okay, so I need to point out why. Okay, because he has blood on his on the damn mantle. But yeah, even so, I don't want to be stuck on this music. We will take a short break for the ads. God damn it. Okay, let me switch over to some other music. Let's listen to... what have we? Let's listen to epic Christmas music. Much better than having that damn song played over and over again. Oh, god damn it. I had some more time yesterday. I didn't stream because my mother, it was my mother's birthday and she wanted to go eat with me and some other people at a restaurant. And it was actually later than I expected when we got the table, so I did some sports what's it called, It's called ground sports, or I mean body weight exercises, I should say. And now, because I had done some pretty hard ones for my stomach muscles, I'm now starting to get some what's it called? Yeah, my muscles are sore over there. That's what I wanted to say. God damn it. It is really different sometimes what kind of words you are using for the in English and German. I like epic music. But yeah, welcome back from the ad break. And while that music is definitely a step down, let's continue. Itself in the reason. I better have another crack at it. Yeah. Okay, I found the reason, so let me have a crack at it again. I thought I just needed to point out that it was his code, but it's not only his code, I need to point out why it is his code. I still think it's a funny coincidence that his face is not visible. Okay, is that enough? Yeah, it should be enough. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence rooms, so I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall. You are ready to tell us the truth. Looks like I underestimated you all. I hope you are happy now, Mr. Edwards. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent than you are today, well, all wouldn't have to be here now. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murderer in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. The traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay, so that can't be the complete truth. But before... Oh, wait. Let's first press him, because I don't think we will have any problems with that. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of the investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID card and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Okay. Why do you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence. I mean, for you, good morning, so fair enough. But yeah, hi Jack, how are you doing? I hope you are fine. And isn't it nearly lunchtime for you, so... Oh wow, really? That's crazy. Were you so far away? I thought it was only 6 hours. Okay, that makes more sense. Holy shit. That means you are, what, 10 hours away from me? It's crazy, man. Yeah. In that regard, I'm so happy that Germany has only one time zone, even so if you go from one side to the other, it feels like it should have more, but yeah. Still crazy to wrap my head around it. But yeah. Any plans for the weekend? Also, it's already nearly Christmas, right? Made it vertical like Chile. Yeah, true. But it would also be a bit strange. Oh, nice. Yeah, for me it's streaming until I fall asleep. Which nearly happened before I started streaming, so I'm not entirely sure how far it will be. I heard from Shay that you are planning to have a marathon stream again. I think it was next Saturday, right? Or at least my time Saturday, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm not entirely sure when this will happen yet. She told me, I guess, but I forgot again because it's already a few days ago. So yeah, you can send me definitely. I'm also planning around doing some longer streams over the. Yeah, thank you. I will also do some longer streams over the Christmas time. I need to work in between the weekend and Christmas, but and after Christmas because somebody needs to, but it is home office, so should be fine. But yeah, I will definitely do some longer streams. Also, if you are up to, I wanted to ask if you are interested in playing some co-op escape room stuff. I bought Escape Room Simulator, and you can do it with multiple people, so that might be a cool thing to do. It is at the moment on sale, so it is relatively cheap. I don't know if you played Escape Simulator before, but it looked pretty fun, so was thinking of doing it with somebody else. I mean, there are also the We Are Here series, but I don't know if you have played that one already. I'm not sure. I've just bought it, so I haven't played any of them. So there are a lot of basic stuff, and there are some DLCs too. So we can just figure it out later. I mean, if you're up to, we can just chat about it later in DMs. I wanted to ask around in any case. Sure. I thought we already did that, but okay. I was pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I thought we already did had. I did had you as a friend, but okay, fair enough. Any case, let's just do this real quick. No problem. It said it had a friend request pending, so it seems like I didn't had you as a friend before, so I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, whatever. All good, all good. Let me just see, where the heck? Because you sent me a link, but it didn't look like it worked. I will just send you my friend ID real quick. So that should be fine. Also, don't worry, I'm always shown invisible because I have way too many friends from old times in Steam, so if you want to get my attention, just yeah, got it. If you want to get my attention, just write me on Discord. That's way better than Steam. In days past, it would have been Steam, but since I started streaming and VTube Studios running on Steam, I just thought, okay, whatever, I will go invisible forever. So, yeah. I have a lot of friends when I worked in the game industry. I to keep with them in touch and never actually wrote them. I added them on Steam, so I have, I don't know, 70 friends or something like this on Steam, which are old colleagues and stuff like this. So it is a bit strange having VTube Studio as one of the things popping up for somebody. So yeah, that's my reasoning at least. Yeah. But yeah, if you're up for it, I would love to play. I don't really have anybody who is into escape rooms as much as I am, so that would be fire. But yeah. What is your plan for Marathon? Another round of impromptu storytelling? Or did you plan something else? Wonder Home. That was also a storytelling adventure, right? You planned... I think I wrote some... I read something in your Discord about it. Yeah, okay. Nice. I mean, I really liked the last event, even so it was a bit of a sad ending, but yeah. It was really, really fun. Even after I read through the story that happened afterwards, and really had some unlucky rolls. For some reason, I sadly gave my my bad rolls to somebody else as soon as I left. But yeah, fun times. Yeah, totally looking forward to it. Maybe I'm even awake for a bit more because I will slightly adjust my sleep schedule for the 2 weeks of Christmas so I can actually be a bit longer awake, not go to bed at 10 o'clock or something like this. But yeah, looking forward to it. And what is your party today, or just a small get-together? Also, if you don't want to say, no problem. Ah, okay, so the small Christmas party kind of thing. Is it actually that that you can... Also, if you like, we can also just hop into Discord, so you don't need to type, but I don't know. That's something you need to tell me. But yeah, yeah, no problem. For me, it's always it is running always a little bit lately like it that I stop because I always play games where I need to stop and to talk with you guys when you come along. So I always have such moments, and I don't really mind. It's fine, so it's all fine. Also, that music is at least not annoying. There's another part in the game where the music is really annoying. So yeah, I mean, if you are up for later, we can also just talk a bit later. I think if I don't fall asleep like crazy, we might catch each other. Okay, then let's continue with this murder case or charade, or I have no idea what this case is all about anymore. We have 2 murders in 2 different places, or 2... It seems like 2 murders in 2 different places, but we just uncovered that it's not 2 murders, but one... This guy disguised himself as the murder victim on the other side, and I have no idea what's going on anymore. Normally I have a slight idea who the actual murder guy is, but at the moment, hell if I know, man. I mean, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if that actually works out. My current theory is that this lady actually disguised herself as this lady, because we have now one guy who disguised himself and they kind of look similar-ish. My guess would be that Angel Star disguised herself as Lana Sky in this photo over here. But I'm not entirely sure yet. We will see. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID? I stole it the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated locker, of course. No matter how well you disguised yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because he rubbed. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. The problem is only, yes, I mean, at least Officer the Officer Goodman must have known about the fingerprint reader because he put the rubber glove in. But I don't understand why. I mean, that is all a bit strange. It doesn't fit yet. We are missing something crucial. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Okay, let's press him. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I have to think a little more about his race this year. When did Edwards get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. I mean, he showed us the whole time, so that's not surprising. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I was out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you are saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Why so precise? But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edwards, where is that evidence? It is still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I am also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why do you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine, and I will do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I just can't forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Yes, I do. Because your brother or something. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Drake was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Drake case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I didn't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Okay, yeah. I already know what it is. His brother or some of his family. Let's present him with the case file. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. I knew it. He was investigating the murder with Demon... I always want to call him Demon Gant, but it's Damon Gant. The then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of working under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Drake. Dark? Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguised himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, the mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Nope. That time. The thing that happened by chance never... the things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exact the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police departments have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it in a single word or less. Objection! Arg! No, you don't, because there was way too much blood and there was no blood where there actually should have been blood. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that wouldn't end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... I knew it. Your Honor, wait. Emma? The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edwards, please. I don't want to leave my any loose ends. You want a minute? I will give you 3. Okay. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incidents referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, The names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the trace of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? I mean, I can already know where they want to go with, or where they are going with that. The handprint was behind that damn dancing blue badger figure, so it couldn't have been when Meekins was placing after Meekins placed it in there. Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student, and I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? Yes! It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Yes. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. Okay. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. Okay, I need to drink something real quick. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at those floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on them? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plans? Sadly, this thing over here. What about the piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Exactly, that's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. Yeah. I mean, that proves just That's exactly what does it mean. Oh, come on, man. You're a judge. You should be able to figure that out too, right? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't... Wait, oh, god damn it. I hate when they just forward without me needing to press a button. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. Balderdash? I have no idea. I think he says he doesn't allow any of... whatever. He's not pleased. Whatever. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... Oh, come on. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been... It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the blocker. So then, assuming this murder, this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jack Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? I am pretty sure it should be over here. Okay, it must be when this 777, 7x7 number was in there, right? Let's present this. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 5:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that crime, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah. Miles Edwards, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Stop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol tests that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edwards entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. I mean, 20 minutes is more than 10, so there's only one card number remaining. 7 times 7. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could have Detective Goodman entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's only plausible explanation. He went with 7 times 7. Mr. Edwards, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is... Oh god damn it. 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7 times 7 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Oh. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. Oh, it's the chief of police, Damon Gant. I knew it. That guy's shady as fuck. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous, just how? Okay, there is an ad upcoming real soon, and I really need to go to the toilet, so that will be the perfect timing to do so. At least it should be upcoming any second again. I really hate that automatic ad thingy, but yeah. Anyways, it will start any second, so I will be right back. Man, I made it back in perfect timing. Welcome back from the ad break. But that's just ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Yes, we back. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all like, aren't ya? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number. And it's not 7 times 7. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Why is she all of a sudden? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edwards. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At that time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I will ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Ooh. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Okay. Lana's remarks consider the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Okay. Yay, we are now trying to defend someone who forged evidence in a previous case and admitted as much. Okay, nice. That's always good to do, and it gives always the best resolution if we actually get the not guilty verdict for someone like this. How nice. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict of he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the files. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Niall Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Niall Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Niall, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't... I mean, it's in the case file, you read that one already. I mean, it says clearly in here... Witness, Lana Sky, Emma Sky, so what's so surprising about that, but sure, whatever. Okay, let's talk to her about it. SL9 incident. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about the time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jack Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my eye. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edward used it. Edward? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edwards, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edwards really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Drake knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I became a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make my an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, that's no mystery there. Joe Drake had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Okay, that gave us actually something to work with. Let's talk to Lana, hopefully. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you are wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana? Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Okay, let's go with today's trial first. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, so I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Ilana. I believe that no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness Miss Starr said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma. This doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Okay, it's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Daman Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could ever been filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gantz helped in the SL9... Oh, damn it. Was crucial to resolve him. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about the investigation of their 2 years ago? Dark investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation led was Daman Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma? Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. I need to drink real quick. From there he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Goddammit. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. God damn it. Life doesn't end up with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Demon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Oh, we have a new room to explore. Okay, I need to go to my office. Police department. Okay. Entrance. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Drake trial. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with a broken tip? That was Joe Drake's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of that knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does it mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could that fact have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incidents left behind. I slowly get the feeling that maybe Emma by accident tried to defend herself and stabbed. Maybe? I mean, that could be the case, but I'm not entirely sure. I have a bad feeling about the chief of the police department here, Daman Gant. I have a feeling that he has something to do with it. At the moment, my gut tells me that the murderer ran into that office because he knew that office and he thought that nobody should have been in there. And that's because he knew Damon Gant, so the chief of police at the moment. He knew him and he ran into that office because he thought, okay, he can't be in there because he was just questioning myself or something like this. So that would be my guess, but I have no idea. It feels strange. Prosecutor Marshall. I got the looks, but he got the brains. What do you mean? You sound like he's looking bad, but I'm not entirely sure. I think he got both, man. Sorry to say. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was a thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Scars. Let's ask about that. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be obvious. They? What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Demon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant and Sky. The investigation lead Demon Gant and his second in command Lana Sky. Okay, I need to drink something again, god damn. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of the duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, as the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Wait. Did he just uncork it the first time, so he never actually drank before it? Interesting. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Yeah, I think he pretty much... Wait. I can't go inside. Okay. Is it the Criminal Affairs Department where his office is? I thought it was in the police department. This place is... Oh no, right! Because he shared an office with the detectives, so it must be here. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they are all in the conference room. Thanks? Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to, do about Mr. Edwards, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Holy hell! What is up with those people? God damn, man. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Let's totally disregard whatever he just told us. Okay. What the hell? Why is there a pipe organ in there? February 24th, Police Department Chief Office. There really is a pipe organ. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Yeah, you and me too. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading in his desk. So, right, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too. With Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Oh, there's an... God damn it. I know what happened. That statue has a sword in there that is not there at the moment. Okay. And it has a broken off knife. The knife blade is broken. God damn it. Why do you even have a sword on there when you have... I mean, whatever. That picture of Lana, Neil and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Why can't you... Whatever. Garn team picture added to court record. Why are you always having such a long wait in between you saying something else? God damn. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I am going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. Perhaps you didn't... I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Absolutely no threatening at all, isn't he? Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean a clue? There got to be a way we can get inside the office. Okay. Before that... Can I check this out? Can I... I can't check it out with the magnifying glass. Also... Why is there a statue with a spear in it? Interesting. But I'm pretty sure that statue over here has no shield, no... Yeah. Okay, let's rotate it. Ah! You can see where that knife was before. Interesting. Can I have a look at this? Zoom in. The rotation buttons are really awkward. Sadly I can't click on this. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow. One guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he is from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometimes. No, you shouldn't. When she says it, his name does have a kind of ring to it. Can I have a look at these names, please? I think I had a list of all those names. Died within an hour and a half of 4 PM. I mean, that is already... Date February 21st between 4 and 5:30 PM. Cause of death, loss of blood from chest wound. I mean, like I said, there's one pretty obvious thing. This thing has a sword on the statue, and we didn't have a sword on the statue we found, so... have we something new over here? Underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in this evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 PM. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Do we have anything? I don't think we have anything to check over here. Is Edwards in here? Mr. Edwards is in here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsify evidence 2 years ago. I guess we will just have to come back later. He won such a prestigious award, why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he wanted to show the thing off more than that giant steel samurai. Then again, Edwards has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't exactly sound like typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the paths I've walked, no one else needs to tell me. That's how he always been. Kind of gets under your skin, doesn't it? Okay, so I don't think we have anything to find over here too. Can I? Wait. Can I present that to you? Have no business showing evidence outside court. It's a taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. Okay, so... Can I show you anything? Yeah, I can't. Okay. That doesn't make it easier. Hey, Paul! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Miss Edwards? Edwards? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edwards has to the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edwards be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana's guy is a guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edwards. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edwards not only has that, but he's young. There's no better receipt I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edwards just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seemed generally concerned for Edward. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Ganshaw never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay. Let's first talk about him. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman was made him take to serial killing. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady. Oh goddamn. Holy. Okay, that guy is crazy, man. But we have an ad, so I will take a short toilet break again. Be okay, I'm back. Because I'm reading so much, I need to drink a lot, so... yeah. But if I don't drink enough, definitely... my voice will be gone tomorrow. Okay. So, welcome back. My question is, he killed a lot of people. How did they know it? Oh no, he finally turned himself in. Seems he was pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Drake was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness? aka Emma. Okay, let's show him the murder weapon. About this? Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edwards' car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Yes, let's talk to him quick. Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Drake's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyways. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Niall Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Drake's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Added to the court record. Stabbed in the back, died from a puncture, heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Okay. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonging to the murderer Joe Drake. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Niall Marshall was murdered. The chief is out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around this, if that's okay. God damn it. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Okay. Name of deceased, Niall Marshall. Date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound, pierced heart, lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing. Weapon found in wound? Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Ah, okay. God damn it. But it doesn't say anything that the tip was in his body. Interesting. Oh, the vase. Oh, that is the vase that is in this picture. Let me share a little advice. Okay. About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? I mean, I know it already. It's in this picture over here. What else do we have? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 7 times 7. That's 1 7 too many, Detective. An executive officer, I just might have a hunch. Yeah, me too. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edwards got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Scumshaw? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I will tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. Why can't we show him? One knife wound died within an hour. Evidence from a past case of Edwards brought back to his office by Gant's request. Maybe we can show him that. Okay, that's not helpful. Is there something new in here? Let me share. Okay, that doesn't help us either. Ah, God damn it. I'm not entirely sure what I could show him. It's my problem at the moment. Yeah. I mean, I can show him everything at the moment, but I don't really feel like it. It feels always like giving up. I mean... Oh, right. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edwards' presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, aren't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case file for Mr. Edwards? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dar guilty. I mean, the vase should have already been enough evidence, right? Enough to convince him, maybe? What else could we show him that can give him 221 SL9? I mean, that is the day of the murder. Found in Mr. Edwards' car, stabbed with Mr. Edwards' knife, huh? What would Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone must have, someone who must have a grudge against Edwards. Yeah. That... Wait. We are not a civilian. Maybe this? Detective, here's my attendance badge. You show this to me every time we met, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Okay, I thought I might get him with that we are not a civilian kind of thingy. I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do, he was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she will listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he is just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Yeah. Bad phrase of words. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I'm a master of misplacements, you know. Master, that has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a high power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Yeah. I mean, we already showed him the knife. About this. Hey, it's... okay. What are you doing with that? Murdered suddenly disappeared from the locker. Muffler. That's it. Okay, that didn't help me at all. Okay, the shoe he doesn't want to know about. That's the photo Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Star is quite a lady. When I remember it was winter, I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16, that's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. Holy. What else can we show him? I mean, we haven't showed him the ID. This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forgot my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me, after all. And what could be wrong with that? I think I will stay out of this conversation. Okay, that is the line of questioning we already did. Damn it. Knife. I don't know what that will bring, but the guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he didn't guard it so well. I have to admit he's right though. Thanks to the blue badger we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. I mean... yeah... I don't know. Okay, yeah. I'm slowly showing him everything because I just don't know what else it is we could show him. I mean, maybe we don't even have anything. Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow. Is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminoil. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Oh god damn it, man. Hey, that powder used for detecting fingerprints. Yeah, Miss Edwards gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. What the hell? Are you okay, detective? Quick, run! Achoo! If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. I'm not comforted. What the hell are you even talking about, man? I think I showed him everything now. No locker can be opened without fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. He wasn't... hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? The handprint on the real murder gloves... on the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. Shh! If they come to arrest me, you will defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you will do better pleading with Edwards. Let me share that. Okay. Okay, now I've shown him everything. What the hell? Oh, right. Nope. Anything new we can talk to you? No. Alright, and we can't show you anything, right? I forgot. Is Edwards maybe? Ah, Edwards is here finally. I wonder if Edwards is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Miss Edwards. I'm rooting for you. That's Edwards for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Forged evidence. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago I used false evidence to attain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do erases that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Miss Edwards. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edwards can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Miss Edwards, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Niall Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Like I said, it feels like the chief is mostly to blame, but we will see. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Niall Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? Trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Because it has a shield and a sword. This awards originate from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard of this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though for Emma's... Oh, god damn it, man. If you don't know, just say it. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Oh god damn it, man. Yes, that's the point. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of those items discredited them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss of words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it's result in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edwards. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You will have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. King of Prosecutors updated. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, given its current form. Yeah. What a coincidence. God damn it. I think that might be what we now need to show Oh. Let me guess. Star? Excuse me. Yep. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't ya? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. I mean, that must have happened, that's true, but nobody should talk about it, man. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the incident from that case was due for transferal. That this can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Yeah. Dark investigation. Joe Dark. That's a name I will not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo, Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved from our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? I mean, it's obvious that Gant is the one who's holding all the ends. So, yeah, but whatever. Demon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Demon Gant, magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the case he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating, Miss Starr. That's why I will never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, that thanks to Chief Grant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, mister. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay. I need to have another drink. Okay. We now need to go, I mean, over here. Ah yeah, criminal affairs. Ah, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admit your persistence, but I admire your persistence, but my answer is still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. I'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Okay, we can't talk. We have the updated statue now. Hey, that's it. That's the king of prosecutor award. The then based on an old Chinese parable, right? Ooh, yeah, everyone knows that. There was this dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. What are you talking about? He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we had. No, but this one sounds more exciting. True that. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. What the hell are you talking about, man? I think you are talking about a completely different story. I'm pretty sure about it. So can we now get something else? Let me share a little... Okay. That is not helpful. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Or maybe it's one... Did we have anything new we could... The problem is we don't have anything new we can show him, so... If anything new to talk to you or so? No. Alright, I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. White, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edward's sitting right here. Just distract him, I will check it out. Ooh, hey Eggworth. Is that Detective Gunshaw out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the... What the hell are you talking about, man? Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter for... If you're having trouble reading, I will read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edward? You don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edwards, none of it is your fault. I know the paths I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the paths I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Yes. Yes, I can. Okay, so that's what I needed. So this no, not examination. Police department. Criminal affairs. Present this to... Oh, right, let's check it out. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. You really wrote a resignation letter? Wow. Even when resigning, Mr. Edwards is cool and oh my god. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but the responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. That's one tough grown-up world there. Yeah, that's true. Without pay is a real crazy thing. Because nobody will accept that as whatever. But we can show this to him. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way, Miss Edwards can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edwards really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cool as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to prove him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. Okay, that's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me, it's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edwards. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So, at least let me do this for Mr. Edwards' sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshow's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Police department ID card allows access. Okay. What is his ID? Detective Gumshow isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. God damn, man, let the man in peace. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. Holy hell, man. That's why I don't... That's why I'm a VTuber, man. You can't get anything right if you're in front of a camera. So I hate taking pictures taken of me as well. It's crazy. Anyway. And he's got the narrow... I got that. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Man. Okay, let's move to the chief office and hope the chief is not here. Here goes, Mr. Wright. I mean, I really like the pipe organ sound. Bien! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshow's a gunner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah! He just got hit by her. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshow. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Oh my god. Gumshoe's crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Okay. Hey, don't do that to my card. God damn it. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I have a look around myself. Besides, we are all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we are lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Yep. Not only you. A safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe for intrigue. Ooh, okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in the panel to open it. I mean, it's 7-digit oh god damn it. I just might know what it is. Yes, I do too. Input the number. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date, right? I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Yeah. What a coincidence. God damn it. Yeah, I knew it. It's his ID. It's the chief's ID number. And with that, we take a short ad break again. Sadly with no music this time around, but yeah. While the ads are playing and we don't have a background music, let's play some epic Carol of the Bells music. I really love chorus music. It's awesome. Is there anything better than chorus music? That's always the most epic thing you can have. Bam. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, I love it. Also let me stretch a bit while we are at it. I mean, it would also be a great revelation music of the background, but I mean, we just confirmed what I suspected. I mean, there was only one thing that could have happened. We don't have anybody else in an executive position except for Lana, and like Edward said, Lana's idea, yeah. Welcome back. Yeah, so we just confirmed what I mean, that wasn't really crazy to deduct. We pretty much only have one person in an executive position other than Lana anymore in our roles, so Yeah, it was not that big of a leap to figure it out. But yeah, what number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777, the final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean 777777? No, he did it one too short. I think you're 17 shy it's this time. This can only mean one thing, that's Chief Grant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes I do. Is there any money in there? How much does he have? Oh god damn it, man! If you really have that crazy money troubles, I don't think you should be a police officer or a detective. Look, it's a shard from a broken cup? Nope. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else on here too. What is this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This has a handprint on it. Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like this once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevance to get some. Who are these two items related to SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Yes, there is. Present the broken vase. Oh wait. Present, not check. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, this is those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Yes, it is. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence in that from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. This doesn't ring any bells, you know, that fragment we just found? Oh, you mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. God damn it, man, you are really not the brightest one. How did you ever become a detective? Now that you mention it, it rings a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble fragments. Here, let me see the chart. I will take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I will prove Chief Grant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Rotate Q. Combine. There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Grant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incidents. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. there's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar update. Okay. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. The piece the chief has... This piece the chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one is a line. I don't know. This is odd. Also not what I wanted to rotate. Also not what I wanted to rotate. Can I really only rotate in 2 axes? Ah. I have no idea. Okay, it doesn't look like anything I can recognize, so I don't know. Can we... Oh, right. Can I show him this to... Detective Gum Show. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what this is. So, you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We are talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, haha. I knew it, the one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? I have a feeling that you were not joking, man. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check out fingerprints. Spark is a power... Yeah. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. Yeah. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get to this over. Okay, let's dust that bitch. And blow. I give it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good off of our matching prints with it. But it does look like we will get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Ah, okay, so I needed to watch out which is actually shown. Okay, that makes more sense. I don't know, it kind of looks a bit strange what I'm doing here right now, but I swear it's just dust. Neat. It's not guns. Makes no sense. Makes also no sense. It kinda looks alike. No. Also no. Okay. Yeah, I got a feeling. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Who's bringing a prince? Where are they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prince are too... Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Drake's prince. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are you, what are that king's prince doing inside the chief safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma's guy's prince. Yeah, I got a hunch that it might be that Emma might have accidentally killed that other guy. What was his name? The brother of Jack. This is a real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure as pal, the chief doesn't care for imitations. First a pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayers' dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we are paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Be careful of what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Why are you doing this then? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this. Hey, look at the case number. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they are twice as long? That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. List of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it, the chief must have hiding something about that case. Okay, the question is it the same list or is that another list? It would appear so. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at the size of Chief Justice's desk. We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence. Okay. Miss Edwards had the other half of that list. Doing here. We better look a little more into this list. Okay, right. Let's have a look at this list. Oh. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it. Huh? Oh. No, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Isn't that... Didn't she say she drew a picture of it? Interesting. Oh, the chief office. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your desk? Your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict police of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself out at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who is in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Okay, then let's examine. First, the picture. That's definitely that vase we just assembled. This was taken on the day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. We got a few more and solved a few too, yes. We assembled a vase. It was pretty amazing. Nah. Still collecting evidence, but I'm pretty sure I'm nearly done with collecting and we are heading towards the next, or the last day of the court hearing. There's a small picture framed on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Okay. Why didn't she take the picture with her? Look at this giant window. Makes you want to crush through it and jump outside. Should we have a talk? This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. What, jumping out of window? No, to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Fair enough. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Probably a good question. My guess would be crime, to be fair. Anything I'm missing? Okay, let's... the chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor on an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ring in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Fair enough, so he really doesn't seem to be the sort to hear to others. To listen to others, that's what I meant. Whatever. Anything else we are missing? I think... Oh, another... You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If we had to drop that suit of armor... at first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Okay. Ooh. This mark looks like some kind of flower. Word is, it's designed after insignia of the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your color? What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look a lot pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edward never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? I guess everyone just kind of lets this slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Yeah. Okay, let's talk a bit more. Chief Gant, can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. God damn it. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do you think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the code? Chief Gant. You didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out! Yes, sir. Wow. We will be on our way too, then. Wait! You're the one without the spiky hair. Okay, let me just have a drink. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You wish, you with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. God damn it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time. Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Okay, after that I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she will be busy for the rest of the day. Detention center. Oh, I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow is the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edwards was right. Edwards? Once you've convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. God damn it. Sick-headed is a term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insist you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you are unwilling to tell the truth. It's that that you are incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name? I mean, yes, it's him! Well, Miss Guy. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respect him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edwards will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it so that Chief Grant's name was never mentioned? Chief Grant? Edwards didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you will need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and the piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Grant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Also, I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You will find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edward's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edward's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from an SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife? I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edward's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Drake's knife so badly? I took a lot of work to finally close the Drake case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hit Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edward's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jack Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and needed help. He was the only person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. Gant. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. I mean, it's pretty obvious that the sword is used to was used to kill him, but I don't know why. Oh, okay, now I know. Oh god damn it. Okay, here's my guess. The dark guy was knocked out by the Jack Marshall. The prosecutor was knocked out by him, but because the light was out and Emma didn't see that, she thought, okay, that she was still attacked by Drake and went for the prosecutor trophy thingy for the sword and stabbed him with it. But she doesn't remember. God damn it. But we will see if I'm right in this trial now. This is a defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something been happening behind the scenes. Edworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 7x7 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID's record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes? Right. And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we will ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you will lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I will think about it. See you in court, right? God damn it, man. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Then let's boogie. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he's guilty as hell, but we will see. I'm really looking forward to it. That guy was shady from the beginning, man. I really like the way it's taking at the moment. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. God damn it, man. Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in work. That's good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Yeah, you will take 10 seconds. Lana, this is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save anyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven in its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Come on! Finally! One moment, Your... Thank you, Edward. I mean, I knew it couldn't end there, but still, thank you, Edward. Mr. Edwards. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I hated that gesture, but I love when he gives it to him. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. But certaining another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to make some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Huh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edwards, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think. Holy shit, man. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you will live to regret this. Make my words. Oh, wow. If you couldn't be more evil, man. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edwards has decided to take his horse by the reins. What are we doing here? We can't really do anything, right? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago. You encounter the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is that correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edwards, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Fair enough, fair enough. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Niall Marshall rescued me, but I never forget what I saw in that instance. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edwards, what does his testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon be apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Can I still do that? Because I am theoretically not the defense attorney anymore, aren't I? I was waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. Let me just get a drink real quick. Okay. That's right. I'd always sit in my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Niall Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Drake's questioning. Deputy Chief Demon Gant. I will just call him Demon Gant. To be real, he is a demon, probably, so whatever. And Prosecutor Niall Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Niall Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Drake. Dark, whatever. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake's Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch black in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. You spoke... Oh, but you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Okay. There is an ad break real quick. I already postponed it once, but it is a good lull in the moment, so we will take a short ad break and be right back. Okay. I just opened the window a bit while we have the ad break, so a bit of fresh air comes in. Okay, we also already have the picture she drew, because that picture is this. God damn it. I really hate... Ah, okay, now I understand how this works. I don't understand why it is H and BM. That doesn't make any sense to me. You have so many other buttons you could have been using. But yeah, okay, so that's what we have. But yeah. So we have that picture. So we can already prove it, and she drew it sadly on the second half of the list of evidence for some reason. I don't know why. The whole thing is a bit strange. Because, I mean, it is at the moment a case of forging evidence, and the only thing why Emma was not called into courtroom was because her sister protected her and forged evidence, and now because she forged evidence, I will still call him Demon. Demon Gant, the chief, had her in her hand and can do whatever the hell he wants. But that still doesn't really describe why she needed to forge evidence in the first place. Welcome back. Let me just close my window real quick. Okay. Because it is freaking cold outside, but fresh air is fresh air. Oh, well. I just got viciously attacked by my... I don't know, the thing that you can put your clothes on and then put in the middle of your room also to let them dry. I have no idea what's the English word for it, but whatever. Yeah, okay, let's continue with this. She mentioned it before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after the prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I drew it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Let's just press her once more and then reveal the real evidence. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, let's give her the picture. Mr. Edwards. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case, All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. Then, that may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Oh, what is this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it? That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? The list, these lists, they are different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edwards, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. Those two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edwards, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edwards' list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edwards. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Don't you even have to... do you even have to ask? Yeah, with that... Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back on my list. Is that... Why is that thing? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly the act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and update in the courtroom. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of the list was found in Garn's desk. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? Okay, let me just check this. Oh, I can't turn it. Why? I have no idea. Oh, let me guess. Now I get it. The vase fell down, hit the Drake guy in the head, and he by accident stabbed the Niles guy. Oh, god damn it. She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. Okay, let me just take a sip. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of light could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Drake about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. But if that was the case, then there would have definitely been a reason why... no reason to hide it. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. Okay. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Demon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Drake had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flash? After that I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? But, hey, I'm not the bad guy here. You're hitting each other with that phrase today way too often, man. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction in here. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. There is a contradiction? Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Oh! Yes, because it's not sharp, it's flat. It's flat, it's not sharp. The flash of light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After I must have fainted. This picture... No. I didn't want to press enter. Yeah, I know. Don't give me more hints. Okay. Let's hit her. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can't see... Oh, wait. I did it wrong. I should have... I should have taken the report. Yeah, that's my fault. Yeah, take that away. I gladly pay that. Alright, that report. That is what I needed to do. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blunt contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright? Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction of yours. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The knife. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon, its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved John Drake was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obviously, really, the victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should have not yet been broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edwards. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsify evidence. You are treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Demon Gaunt. Yes, I know it's something else, but I will not change his name. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of that being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides John Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained anyway by a simple observation error. Mr. Wright. In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Presenting that picture. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edwards? Is the broken murder weapon Notice the what Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutor that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That's it. It can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edwards? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edwards. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? This one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it! This picture... I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew it. This picture... Can you please stop playing that music, goddammit? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I just need a drink again. Okay. My nose is straining a bit. But yeah. First this knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Okay, I have one question. Can I have a feeling that he stood in the room or something. I have no idea. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, Stop, please don't pursue this any further. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we are finally getting to the core of the matter. Okay. When I saw the man raise his knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Drake was the one holding the knife. Okay, sorry, I need to look something up. Okay. So that's what she saw. Wait, let me rotate real quick. Yep. That's what she saw, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So yeah, it's the vase. Okay. Was the one holding the knife. But we've just theorized Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When the Drake guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've gotta help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl, so then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him there, but it was the chief of detectives who sought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. And now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with its whining smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must have been mistaken. That may well be, but that's important. But what's important is what causes her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw that lightning flashed? Who is the blue badger really? I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up by when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us the mysterious blue badger look-alike. It is this. Oh, damn it. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them... okay. Can you please stop that damn music? I don't know, is it like this? Or is it like this? It's like this, okay. Hey! How are you doing? I think it should be like this. This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger. Okay. Allow me to remind the defense in case hinges on the witness drawing. Yeah, what do you want to say? If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim. Why? Okay. Yeah, you too, man. Random, but okay, fine. I've got to find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally? I mean, I get that. It's still random. Yeah, no problem. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I've got to show the correct angle. Yeah. I mean... Wait, maybe I need to... God damn it, I hate this rotation mechanic. Whoever thought that this rotation mechanic would be awesome, I have no clue. And no less with that damn music, god damn it. I mean... Doesn't this look already like it? Oh, is it like this? I have no idea, man. Yeah, but I have no idea what you want. I mean... God damn it. Also, whoever thought that putting those on HN and BM is bullshit, man. Wait, maybe it's like this? This is... Okay, yeah, it's not right either. Maybe like this? Nope. Maybe I should rotate it vertically or horizontally a bit more? Vertically a bit more or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Right, you can do it. The correct angle to look like this. Oh! Nah, I could also rotate it in this direction? Oh, it's Q and R, that's also... Wait, am I just supposed to do it like this? No, okay. Yeah, I know what I need to do, but I have no idea how to do it. God damn, man. Now everything is a... Is it like this? But I had... Oh, I did it. Oh, god damn it. That's so specific, man. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Please stop the damn music. No. It can't be. Order. This defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change a thing. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edwards. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then, please tell us what difference now that we know the witness saw this jar. The murderer? The location is the same. The murder weapon? We already proven that the murder weapon changed. No, we didn't. With this we have proven that the murder weapon has changed. Because now he could have been knocked out and then... Ah, okay. Allow me to take this in turn. Although the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar at a very specific angle, it might, I might add, Mr. Wright? Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Demon Gaunt. But the body was found lying near Lana's guy's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Drake and Marshall did not take place in Lana's guy's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gaunt's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Gaunt's office to Lana's guy's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? Okay, I haven't yet. Please continue then. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would have hit? What would he have hit? Oh, the spear. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. Since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the prosecutor would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma's guy knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Yeah. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances... Don Jack murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If I recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep everyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edwards, I have no idea what you are talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you are going to have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. Sadly, we do have evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we will have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incidents are dead. But with that cliffhanger, I mean, it's not really a cliffhanger, I already know what evidence we need to provide. It's Emma's fingerprints on that leather thing. Because that is definitely the leather vest that Neil was wearing, sadly. But I will have a short toilet break. And I'm back. And welcome back from the ad break. Okay, let's go. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Guy. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edwards? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. If in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. I mean, there is something on here, but... Oh. If seen from the right angle, it could spell Emma? But that's a stretch, man. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gunn's office still has lines remaining on it. I mean, let's go ahead, but let me save just to be safe. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us a piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. I mean... This is the message left from the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Or is he going to the... What? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just as a jar. A message was... God damn it. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Hi, someone. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So, what are you saying? Is these dots and if these dots were once lines, Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect those points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave us behind? Leave forth. Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I got to connect those dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. I mean, I'm sorry, Emma, but it's the only thing that could have been spelled. Yeah. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I've never thought I would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Yeah. Seaworthy, can I say I didn't warn ya? I hate that guy, Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Yes, it is! Did you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like this, like it wasn't his fault? The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. I'm pretty sure I do. Okay, let's get the demon into jail, shall we? February 25th. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Yes, you do. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana is having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edwards was talking about this just later, the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you are planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I will need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence was securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like the book will do any good now, though. Let's check. What is written there? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Doesn't look like the book will... okay. Also, that's left... all that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor seat? Despite all those allegations being thrown at me? What's that worth? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwillingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we are going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Finally, the showdown. Court number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edwards. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, cough, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edwards, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you are proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edwards has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. Then defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense called. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. I mean, oh, we can't save anymore. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's him. Who else? Demon Gaunt. The defense called Demon Gaunt to the stand. Demon Gaunt? What does he have to do with this? Anything. As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel I should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. Hello, asshole. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gaunt. Fine. My name is Demon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. Both. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse it to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I warned you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Lie, and another lie. Is that when Drake was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Niall flying, it sent Dark bumped. It seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Okay. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Okay, let's save just in case I get in trouble for pressing him. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Niall was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana's guy also present in the room? I don't quite remember. After the at the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Niall and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not a shock as Niall was when that knife went into the heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Niall and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor in a tangle together. Drake was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes? Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstance. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Grant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forge evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Grant to the incident. Okay, let's go through the stuff. Found Chief's Garden safe. Okay. I mean, we can try and use that handprint. I mean, that he has nothing to do with the incident can't be true. If he really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? What's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear writer, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Oh, not this again. Evidence law. No, true. Unrestricted evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that reg relevant to the trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of... okay. Well, okay. I will do it just as this once, but only because you asked, Edgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Haha. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Okay. I mean, then we use the other one. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this vase this jar for example. Oh god damn it, man. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncover in your office. Oh, god damn it, man. Are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with it? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorney can do so too. Isn't that right, Raito? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he will end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the pieces of evidence found in your office. And their relation to the forgery that took place in the at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. I really hate you. Let's see, what was it now? A jar, fragment, and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Drake was convicted, then they are worthless. There's no reason I participated in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yeah. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When I investigate the when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji, I return. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys telepathic? I really hate that guy. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making those ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. But I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke... Why are you saying that? Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you are going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they are found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Yeah. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. When do you, what do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, writer. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they were worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? Would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Drake was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on, writer. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Nile? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to becoming the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. But so one crime, be thou one crime and thou one people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ha ha ha. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Would there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is the person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Na, Lana, of course. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. Sorry, need to drink something. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppet? God damn it, man! Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proofs this is all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Where is he? You better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? God damn, man, this judge really is stupid sometimes. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an effort to the highest ranking affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. Why? He's also just a person. Your Honor, I was merely re-entertaining what Mr. Edwards said in easy to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's deciding to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. That is goddamn true, man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Rice got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that... Oh damn it, I forgot to save before. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gunn to the murder of Detective Goodman. That is easy. It's ID card. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 times 7. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gunn's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 times 7. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gunn, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gunn, what do you have to say? Nothing. Oh, I like that face. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Riot be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gunn, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gunn. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt? No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gunn met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. That is a good question. We have evidence? I'm not entirely sure, man. Document dated can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Ah, there we go. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jack Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of that of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it? How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Garnt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered that room. Hold on, let me guess what you are going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, yeah! Chief Grant, you didn't! The murderer was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would have chosen the police department as a place to commit a murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered at the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed. Okay, there's an ad upcoming, so let's pause it here until the ad is over. And I need to grab something to drink. Be right. And I'm back. Okay, we have still a bit before the ad is over. But yeah, it looks like we are on a pretty good track to get him into trouble, or to pin it on him. Or however you want to... Oh, goddammit. Or however you want to phrase it. I like it. For now, I must say that is my favorite case. The other ones were pretty good, but this one had some twists and turns, man. I mean, it's also the longest one we had until now, so it is crazy. Also, the time flies just by today. I don't know, I think it's the 5th or 6th ad break we already have today, so it's crazy. Yeah, welcome back. We are pretty close of... Okay, To prove how he moved the body to the prosecutor's office, I already know how. I mean, he just needed Edwards to take this thing and bring it back to his office by Garn's request. Yeah. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Garn used this. The screwdriver. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver. But what does this have to do with this case? Mr. Edwards, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Garn no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Garn asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by the car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edwards to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk of This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Garn, please say something. I believe your time's up. Okay, let me just close my window real quick. To hold up the suspense. Okay, so your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney general after this. We have to get going if we are to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you are saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body. If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I say it again, Mr. Wright. Demon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusation against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, Do I have any concrete proof? Okay, let's save really quick. I think it is the piece of leather I had before. Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body. Do I have concrete proof? Present evidence. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm not sure. Oh, wait. It's this knife. Yes. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate she's guilt, I will let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Alright. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch. Okay. It wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me... Okay, I will say it again, Mr. Wright. Demon Gant, yeah, whatever. I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's the tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, right? So it seems that Lady Luck wasn't on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, leave the rest to you. Okay, so that was the wrong decision. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an effort to a senior... front to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Ooh. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edwards, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. Ah, Lana. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant is invoking his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness, who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edwards, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the only one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Skye. The defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's order. Mr. Edwards. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 50 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is now in... Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, then there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? There's something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Fuck you, man. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. The whole blackmail thing and everything, sure, we go right by that. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edworth. That chief, he's something else, huh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Haha. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Oh, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I will take the place of that top-notched girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we are all out of moves now. Chief Gunn done it again. How's he always get the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse testifying. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she had everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me? Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gunn's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. As that must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gunn may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, you better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. Banana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Okay, let's save. And let's hope that Emma can... I mean, we need her there so she can actually tell Lana to tell the truth. Because I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to. Try letter 2. Okay, fair enough. 2:21 PM. Wow, it's still so early. Crazy. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Also, let me take a sip real quick. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I am sure you are aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edwards, you already know everything. You know all that I have done the past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I will always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. I mean, if we are wrong with this, we are our head gets chopped off anyways by the chief. So yeah. Also, his reaction was pretty obvious that he did have something to do with it, but yeah. I worked alongside Gant for years. Okay. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Demon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why there's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor awarded... Wait, what? Prosecutor award knife was stuck. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died in an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it was my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I will never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Drake? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Drake was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. Yeah. That's not how it went down. She is trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Drake's knife, planted it inside the wound and moved the body. You planted the tip of Drake's knife in the victim's body and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edworth. I've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Garn's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Guy moved the body... The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Piece of the jar, you mean? Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake committed the crime, I felt it would be more expeditious to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Drake was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Was to get Drake convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. What was that? The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Let's just press her with the last bit. So you rearranged the crime scene. I assure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer. How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lena to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. I mean, we already know the contradiction. I mean, it only works if that threatens because there's Emma spelled on it. Mrs. Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene of where Niall Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction with your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testify, and I quote, The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not have yet been broken before he died. Oh. He could have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We will piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Drake was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as a defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never misses a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Drake killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt, this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. His sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Okay, let's save real quick. But I'm pretty sure that contradicts already what Demon Guy said. Final Emma is written on the surface blood, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Notice the blood traces on the jar. I mean, that means... I still think I press this jar. Yeah, okay, no. Okay, that was wrong. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. God damn it, man. Always those bot spams. Okay, so... so she's go. I mean, it is the vase. That's the only thing that is possible. I mean, she didn't wipe all the blood away, so... Mrs. Sky believes this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief Gant's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid it's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking. for Jake downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Lemangant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hit one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determining to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Drake. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Emma Skye became the chief's puppet. Ooh, that was blood! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorney make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies. Imagine that coming from my own client. Holy shit. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What the hell? Why am I catching strays over here? That's crazy. I'm just trying to prove the truth here. God damn. Wait a minute. What if we are still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. The cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I will testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Drake were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving a picture from Lana. Wait, is it that damn picture book? I mean, the only thing that we received from this guy explains 2 rules of evidence law. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Okay, let's check. Ah, finally. Okay. Oh. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Inserted into the court's record. Mr. Wright, the picture cut out from this, with that piece cut out from his vest, could it be? The cloth we found inside Chief Garn's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? Okay. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. What are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yeah, the problem is we can't deny it. When I arrived, I found... Come on now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What, and now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already decided to decline to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Why is he still allowed in there? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Raito? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, you have any more evidence presented now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the board of inquiries. What do I do now? Okay, let's save just in case. Oh, come on. God damn it. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. I need to show the real evidence. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright. The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chiefs. Nope. Now then, let's see the conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I mean, clearly the statue. Okay, that would be funny. No, I can't. I can't show them that yet. Why not? You know which item to show, is that right? If you're not sure, then think through it again. How can you use the evidence to your advantage? What do I do now? Oh, right, because I can say he cut it off. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? Yes, I can. Yeah, because he cut it off. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near the chest. What is this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim onto the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are those on this? I'm sure Wright has checked. Haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Guy's, Emma's guys. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't remember any clothes in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty in all counts. Wait, what? What? I did... Okay, I did use the wrong one. Damn. What do I do now? I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? Did I choose cannot show evidence? Your Honor? I don't have any evidence I can present this at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. Ha. I don't know what you are talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a look at this picture. So I needed to let him point it out. Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall writer. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I will tell you what really happened. I really hate that slimy bastard. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for aid. So you assisted Miss Guy. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. Okay, but with that we have a short ad break coming up, so yeah. I hope this trial will be over soon-ish, because my voice is starting to really fray. I don't know how much I actually drank today. I think that's my 3rd bottle of water, so 4.5 liters at least. It is crazy, man. But I really enjoy this case. I wasn't expecting it to be that crazy, but yeah, definitely interesting case, man. And a really good villain. If you can really hate the villain, you know that you're a good villain, man. And that guy is really hate-worthy. It's funny that if you choose to present the evidence, you are accused of having forged it yourself, and he denies that he owned it, and as soon as you deny that you have it, he practically says, oh, you have that thing that was in my safe and stuff like this. It's crazy, man. But yeah, I think we are on the final road to victory here. Welcome back from the ads. We are, I'm pretty sure, on the final road to victory here. What do you take me for, a fool? Okay, yep. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Raito, cover it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So admit it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Okay, let's just, for safekeeping, save again. So if I show the evidence now... Yeah, Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you have finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests to be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, could have been, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho, you are as slow as the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Wherever the fingerprints belong must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I will tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma, Sky? What? They are mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Ho ho ho. You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you, you monster! Miss Sky? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I will have your badge, boy. What's the matter, Cat Got Your Tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how to feel? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Niall Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth? What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Wait. I think this picture, isn't it? Because the cloth is sideways. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is a picture Miss Guy took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out what with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth? Oh, it has no blood on it. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Miss Marshall was not impaled on that sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor, impaled him on the armor sword, then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you've proven that you were the actual murderer. Yes! It's finally all over. Oh no, that was close, right? You almost had me. So sorry, but you will have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute these allegations? You see the piece of cloth as illegal evidence. No, it's not. Order. What nonsense is this? Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Raito here concealed that piece of earth cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Ho 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 ho. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Wait. Do I still have the book? Wait. Just to be sure. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. Shall be shown without the approval of the police department. It looks like the last laugh is on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Grant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edwards? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last that the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Okay, let's just be sure and safe again. I'm pretty sure I should be saying I did not. I didn't. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji. Don't listen to this lies. He's nothing but a coward. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let's settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Yes, I can. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at the point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Unregistered, oh god damn it. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevance? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Demon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Ah, yes. No! It was then that you approved this clause as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this clause. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Demon Gant, the killer was you. He finally broke. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If this evidence is transferred, I will lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jack Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That cursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on the Detective Gumshow's locker. I used to be known as a crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of the crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we are the same. One day you will understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You are just one man. You will see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Urgy. What? Looks like we will have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry to Demon Gaunt. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that way. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you will be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With those two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. Those melodious sounds of a new... Okay, it seems like... Seems that for some reason Twitch stopped working. How nice. Okay, we seem to be back. For some reason my stream cut out. Is everything working again? Oh, come on. Okay, it seems like everything is working again. Okay, for some reason my Twitch cut out. So basically he just said, okay, he's now giving us the torch to the next generation. But yeah, let's skip that. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Demon Gaunt betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I will tell everything. All that I have done the past 2 years. From the time I had Gaunt help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, she finally smiled. Oh, that's so cute. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edworth. You have suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Oh, edgy Tsundere. I love it. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Right to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order of all of us. Mr. Sky. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. Oh, that's so cute. I'm tearing up, actually. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Oh, that's so cute. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Miss Lana Sky. God damn it. Shut up, ad break. Not guilty. Yay, we did it. Man. Crazy. That is all. The court is adjourned. Holy hell, 5 PM. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at last she wasn't convicted as a murderer she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mei Fei thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. God damn it! You have the worst timing of all time, man. Oh, guess I am. I will come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this in Pearl, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of that, you call me here. I've seen happier people on God damn it. I lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you liked to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you don't. Emma, I owe you. It's okay, sis, don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were always doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know sis? I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, that's so cute. Ah. Yay! Oh, god damn it, I'm really tearing up here. It's so cute, man. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because, in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At last, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we will meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edworth? Edworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Ah, goddammit. Chutsunde edgy. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edworth. Right, well, I will be going now. Mr. Edworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you will understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You will see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight criminal on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That so terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edworth, don't you understand? Demon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Kama, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this? A pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Riot, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edwards nor I would have been able to find on our own. I'm treading on a blank over here. I mean, the shield would have been one. Oh, the ID card thingy. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that actually works out. Let's take the ID card thing. That might mean something to you, but it doesn't I don't see how it has anything to do with my partnership, huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. God damn it, I messed up again. Mr. Edwards? If you will excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edwards, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edwards, I will be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Yeah, don't go bailing on us here. I'd better be going too. Okay. But I will be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? Where did you all get all those cute books, man? It's time. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Oh, that's so cute. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And so for me, I think it's time I start on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't get trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Well, yeah, well, huh. You see, Mr. Riot here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What do you think I could afford with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Riot. You're the best. God damn it, man. I don't earn that much. Why is it? I surely feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you go all, why we all pay off together? God damn it, I can't talk anymore. Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Okay, I need to really take a pee break, and there's an ad coming up, so let's just do that real quick. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I really needed to pee for a while now already, so yeah. Wow. I really hate that my stream went down. But what can you do? So that is nearly over. Oh, that was so... I think I needed to go pee for about 10 minutes now, so that was crazy. Oh yeah, welcome back from the ad break. Let me just stop the music real quick. And okay. Come on guys, let's go! Okay. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care. I hope you will be pleased to... For me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I will be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Not entirely sure if that will work out. Yeah, don't know. Once your reputation is ruined, it is pretty hard getting back from it. Yikes, I thought I was a gunner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Oh god damn it, man, don't be proud of that. Have some self-confidence for... Yeah, okay, I mean, it is Gumshoe, so... What should I say, man? My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take... can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My parents keep an eye on the entrance for me today. I will show them though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be the... Just like Dick Gumshoe. Oh, god damn it. Don't aspire to be like Dick Gumshoe. There's so much more you can aspire to than that. And finally fell over. I'm a bit miffed that we never could try to take the fingerprints on that giant blue handprint on the front of him. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Gumshoe, but... What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a shadow? Mrs. Star managed to sneak into... Well, Carver, it looked like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her... How have you still alcohol and your knife? What the hell? Also... looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the tournament theme. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay, fair enough. I hate it when they start to auto scroll the text because I can't read that fast, sadly. I will never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Oh, god damn it. Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many? Well, anyway. Oh, god damn it, man. Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gravel. Sorry, gotta go. Oh man. Why are there so many live and let live people in the security system? It's crazy, man. There's something I do miss hearing. Still a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya afternoon training about to begin. Come on! Well, see you around, Nick. God damn it, my voice really is going. To be fair, I didn't expect to have another 8-hour session of reading text, so that kind of makes sense then. Mr. Edworth. Mr. Edworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Did he really file his letter of resignation? I'm interested to see if Edwards will, because that felt like a DLC or something. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thanks you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I will be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Let's see what's inside that book. Oh, that's also cute. The ending of this episode is really cute. And very, very satisfying, I must say. Putting that demon... I know that's not his name, but whatever. That demon into his place was really satisfying, I must say. And it was also very long. No. New game? Wait, what? Huh? Do I need to... Justice for all? I have no idea what I need to pick. What? I don't want a new game. Normally I could continue just fine. Why can't I now? Okay. No. Wait. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Oh, that were every last one, okay. So, after Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Oh! Okay. The Lost Turnabout. Okay, so we actually are starting the next game the next time. That's nice. Cool. So, we finished the first game. And it was really cool. I loved it. So, next time we will be starting with a second game. But I think I've gone on long enough for today. So let's raid. Who can we raid? Let's see. Ah, there. Let's raid Jezza. Oh, he's just... he just takes a little pause, but that's not a problem. Like I said, we will be raiding Jezza today. I hope you had an enjoyable time as well, while this epic music is playing in the background. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. This chapter, the end of the chapter was really well done. I loved it a lot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next game. But yeah, I think tomorrow we will be playing most of the most probably Path of Exile, but we will see. But yeah, like I said, I hope you enjoyed the time here. If you haven't already, please consider following. It's always nice to see. And yeah, have a nice rest of your day, start of your day, or evening, depending on where you are. And don't forget to eat, sleep, drink, and take care of yourself. And yeah, see you guys probably tomorrow. Bye bye.